Okay. Asi můžeme. If I can. Definitely. Yeah, that will certainly help. Thank you. So, good morning, people. Are you here? Okay, so let me introduce myself quickly. I am Lukáš Tyrychtr from the Czech Republic. I'm a blind developer, well, working in Red Hat because I could, so I work there on accessibility, mainly on desktop accessibility and everything related to it. And on the next slide, we will learn about what we will actually do these 30 or so minutes. So we will learn about what a screen reader is, why the keyboard input is so important for visually impaired, and what the issues were, and how we actually can fix them. And yeah, on the next slide, we have the rest of the agenda, but I think I summarized it goodly enough, so we can move on to the next slide. And we will talk briefly about what a screen reader is. Well, it's quite simple. It's a software which basically tells the visually impaired user what happens on the computer, what buttons he selected, what change on the screen occurred, and so on and so on. But the screen reader isn't useful by itself, because on the next slide, we will learn that we need something called a speech synthesizer, which is another piece of software which basically receives text as an input and produces some audio as an output. And the audio, of course, should represent the speech. So you have all the issues with how natural it will sound and so on. On Linux, it's mainly eSpeak for now, but we have some other choices like RH voice and Piper, because we need to use some AI stuff somewhere, so why not for speech synthesis? And on the next slide, well, we can learn how we use a computer. First, we aren't using the mouse, or very, very, very rarely for some games, but many of the blind users don't like even that. So no, it's keyboard only, and everything must be doable by keyboard. So we actually, well, let's go to the next slide. We actually need to know about all the keyboard events which happen in the system. And it's quite a huge ask from the compositor or the rest of the parts of the system. We will get to the details shortly. So let's go to the next slide and actually learn why we need such a broad access. Well, the screen reader needs to do a lot of things, has hundreds of commands, and you need to activate them somehow. So it always has its own modifier key, unlike it reserves insert or caps lock, because these two aren't used in other shortcuts, of course, because they aren't even standard modifiers. It's quite fine. And there are the commands like open the settings, read me this line on the screen, tell me how this piece of text is formatted, open the screen reader global options, or so on and so on. And you have hundreds of these commands. So you actually need the modifier so you don't have clashes with the compositor shortcuts. But on the next slide, we will learn that there's more reasons for the keyboard monitoring, because in the previous you just got the shortcut and didn't pass it to the system, but you also need to report the keys which the user types on the keyboard if he wants this reporting. But in this case, you want these keyboard events to be processed normally, so you just observe them and pass them on somehow. But we have the next slide as well. And we have a little bit more Orca-specific reason for observing everything. It uses the arrow key events for heuristics about what cursor movement event it was, because it just knows that the cursor moved to some position in the text, but there's no other information like the reason. So it actually reads the events only if they are from the keyboard. So it needs the arrow key events for that as well. So it knows whether to read the character line and so on. And on the next slide, we have another use case, because somehow very often the screen reader just talks and reads you a long piece of text which you don't care about. So you want to stop it. So you have basically a screen reader command, but usually the control key, because, well, it's a tradition, I'd say, and it's quick and not used for anything else. And, well, on the next slide, we can summarize what we actually learned. So we have several reasons for observing the keyboard, and we want to do two things. We want to see the event in any case, and we want to either grab it and stop it being processed by anything else, or we want to send it to the rest of the system as well. And on the next slide, we are past the theoretical introduction, and because you are definitely interested about the long and quite complicated history about keyboard event capturing, let's talk about it on the next slide. First, there in the accessibility stack, there's always the ATSPI registry daemon, which is basically the provider for the root of the accessibility tree and some other things. And one of these other things was originally sending keyboard events. So the application which wanted these events, like a screen reader, told the daemon, hey, I want to receive keyboard events. It just said, okay, I will do it without any authentication or access control or whatever. And then you had the piece of software producing the keyboard events, which also needed to talk to the registry daemon, and it basically said, hey, there's a keyboard event. The daemon forwarded it to the listeners, which actually decided whether it will be ignored or not, and this decision was then sent to the application, which had to honor the decision. Of course, it was only a contract, so wow, it could be interesting. There was a lot of traffic. You had the latency of all these processes, and it wasn't great. And actually, on the next slide, we can see that GTK4 actually didn't like this approach at all. So it, for purpose, didn't send the daemon these events. So we needed another solution, which is described on the next slide. And because basically all the users which needed a screen reader were using Xorg at the time of this issue, the ATSPI API was slightly changed, and you had adapters for different keyboard event backends, and we were basically snooping the events directly from the Xorg server, and through some quite ugly grab magic, we were actually able to stop the event processing as well. But we have the next slide, and we have Wayland, and there, of course, we have no X server. So what's the result? Let's see on the next slide. The result is that in GTK4 on Wayland, you can press whatever you want. The application can process the event through the normal Wayland keyboard processing, but the screen reader has no clue about anything, so you can't stop the speech, you can't open the screen reader settings, you can't not review the window, the heuristics for reporting typed characters are broken, so you can't read text fields and so on. So that was quite a bad situation. So let's move to the next slide, because we actually have a light on the end of this tunnel. Because we have a new approach how to solve it. But on the next slide, we see that the programming wasn't the most complicated thing, because this problem involves a lot of components. It involves a compositor, the screen reader, and because you don't want to rewrite the screen reader too much, it involves the ATSPI libraries as well. So we needed to get all these people together, which actually happened on the end of the last years, and we actually agreed on a solution. So I would like to thank everyone who made this possible, and look on the next slide, because you are definitely curious how the new approach works. Well, the first draft wasn't anything complicated. You basically have a dbus interface which the compositor exposes. Well, dbus was selected because ATSPI was actually using dbus interfaces already, so we didn't have new dependencies on some Wayland libraries or stuff. And the compositors are exposing dbus interfaces as well, at least most of them, so it wasn't anything new for them either. Well, the interface only had a few members. You had a call which told the compositor which keyboard combinations are the ones which should be grabbed and not processed by the application. And you had the event which was fired for everything else, including these ones. But it wasn't the final thing, because as we can see on the next slide, okay, we will manage. We actually don't want to send the keyboard events if no one is listening. So we decided to add the client registration, so they have to request the keyboard events as well, and we were now sending these events directly to them, not broadcasting them on the session box, which would allow, well, anyone and anything running under the user session to basically lock all keys, and we definitely don't want that. So on the next slide, we actually can see that we have access control as well, because the registration was only an API call. So even some malware could do that. So now we are checking the bus name for the client. It's not definitely foolproof, but we don't have some portal or some permission store like a portal yet, but we are definitely planning it in the future, and it's definitely not less secure than it was, because in the old times you could call the ATSPI library calls whoever you wanted, and you would get the events either way. So we definitely didn't have a security regression. We have a little improvement even. But on the next slide, we can see that having this implemented is nice, but we need to move these things actually upstream. So we manage it for GNOME 48. It is in all the components of GNOME, and it should be in KDE 6.4 as well. But no other compositor is implementing this interface as well, because some tried to solve this same issue in incompatible ways, but they didn't move to the, I'd say, mainstream approach yet, but I hope they will. Let's look on the next slide. We are nearing the end. So what I learned from this, actually, if you finally get to talking to the people, you can achieve a lot and many things can happen. But you have to talk, and the coding isn't the most complicated thing. The design and the communication is. But once again, thanks everyone which made this thing actually possible. And we have the final slide. So do you have any questions?
So would you summarize the remaining future work down and maybe talk about, like, what is your prediction how difficult it's going to be?
Lukáš, do you mind to repeat the question so it's heard on the streaming?
Sure thing. Yeah. So we have a question, very interesting question about what the future is and what I think will be in the future. Well, I hope a lot more compositors will implement this interface, so the user doesn't have only two choices on Wayland, to having nice keyboard operation of the screen reader and making the access control more robust, like making it go through a portal like the screen sharing permissions or some things like that would be nice as well. But also we will need probably some pre-authorized clients as well, because you don't want to accept a permission dialog ideally with limited keyboard operation of the system. Yeah, you could do it, but if we can like say, well, this is Orca and Orca can use this interface by default. And if you are developing some new screen reader, you get a pop-up for, well, someone is trying to use this interface. Is this okay for you? Well, that would be probably the ideal state of things from a security standpoint. Of course, this never will be bulletproof because the components are using in the same user scope. You would need some Flatpak sandboxing or some root daemon handling these permissions. So it depends how far we want to go in making this thing secure. So that are my plans for the future of this particular feature.
But the feature from the user's point of view, you basically pronounce being solved.
Yeah, definitely. I had quite nice feedback because now it works for them. There are some slight bugs, but they are being solved. So it definitely works better than it worked even on Xorg for me with the GSoC modifier. So now it definitely works as it should most of the time.
How much of a barrier is it that AT-SPI core has not switched away from its own DBoss code to using, something easier to program like GDBoss or something else?
Well, because the interface is so simple and it actually uses the GIO dbus libraries. So, well, it was quite easy because the interface is simple as well. Of course, for example, Rust, you would have automatic serialization of the shortcuts from some structure, but the structure wasn't complex. So, well, no, this wasn't an issue. This is only a few lines and quite easy ones, and you have a lot of examples how it's done. So this was quite easy, actually.
Anyone else? Well, let's give a big clap
Super, Luky.
Thank you, Lukáš, for the patience.
Yeah, it's okay. It was the first one, so
Yeah.
we had to try it on someone.
Someone needs to test it.
Yeah,
Thank you so much.
thanks.
You were? Yeah.
Yeah.
A question. So
Yeah.
you mentioned that this new interface is only appeared recently, like for 148.
Yeah.
That's the only readers
Já ti
of
pomůžu.
11C DBoss, right?
Já ti to vemu.
It's this one. This one is actually on the system one. That's our session one. Would be more correct. We weren't moving it on the accessibility bus. It would probably make sense, but it would be more complicated a little bit.
Because I got curious recently, I was looking into it because I'm making a well compositor. So I was kind of looking into how to support the screen reader. And thankfully, someone from Access It came and told me about this DBoss interface.
Yeah.
But I was so I guess it makes sense that there's very little documentation because it's very recent. I just didn't realize it was so recent.
Well, actually moving it on the
You need to
accessibility
wait
bus
for
would
Luky, of
make
course.
sense that we would have to redesign it because maybe in future we will get Newton and we will have no accessibility bus, so keeping it on the user session one, well, it can continue to work if we want.
Yeah, but suppose you mentioned it would be nice to have more compositors implementing it. I'm trying to like also implement it whenever I get the time.
How much time do we have?
Just interesting.
Maybe we should
I'm
move
curious
somewhere.
about screen readers, so maybe we'll have the third compositor as well.
Yeah, yeah, that's nice.
When I get to, yeah, I'll need to catch you later and ask you more questions.
Yeah,
because
definitely.
I'm very curious about like
Yeah,
the
definitely.
compositor side of it.
Yeah, definitely. Whenever you see me, go
Yeah.
forward.
Yeah, I'm Yeaw.
Yeah, hey, Lukáš, nice to meet you.
Yeah, I'll go catch the.
Yeah, yeah, good plan.
I just learned a little bit Czech. I'm journalist from Germany, from City Magazine.
Yeah.
I'm working currently on accessibility and for Linux users. And
Guys, sorry, we need to.
yeah, maybe you can.
Okay, I am here.
Oh, it's pretty small. Okay. Okay, just a moment. Hello guys, so I'm Martin Stransky from Red Hat and I work on Firefox and I'm going to present latest state of HDR support in Firefox. So let's talk. Well, actually, I think the latest state is quite stable in the latest nightly, and I think we start with quite demo here. So this is latest nightly. You can see the HDR is here, so you can use it on, say, YouTube or anything you want. You see there are green controls. This is some bug of matter blending. Okay, play it. Yeah, it will be fixed. Yeah. So any clip you can select it to my work. This is not HDR. Okay, let's back. Well, as you can see, full screen works. Yeah. It's interesting that even if the monitor or projector is not full screen, then Wayland Compositor allows to play HDR content and convert it to SDR. So it's good for debugging and yeah. So it's working, and I'm going to talk about background and how it's implemented in Firefox. Yeah. So Firefox uses subsurfaces to put HDR content to screen, and uses web render, video overlay or underlay, which is under the content, and works only if HTML page allows it. So if you have some badly designed screen, it doesn't work. I will show it. It works also for WebGL, but it's not supported right now in Firefox. And yeah, uses dmabuf and creates wheel buffer over it and put it to compositor, and supports also the old and new formats. Yeah, and yeah, Firefox doesn't support blending of HDR and SDR content, so we need to put video in the separated layer and then put it on the screen. It's used rendering of the layers, so the layers are composited on the screen and put it there. It's already used in macOS and on the Windows. So let's, yeah, and the initial implementation of that was made by Robert. Yeah, so let's look how it works under it. Yeah, so. So now you can see borders of the tiles, which is actually the layers promoted to web render as subsurfaces. Yeah, so the the rectangles are the subsurfaces. So you see there is the clip, and over the clip are subsurfaces painted with the contours. Yeah, so you can see how is the page composited. Even if you have the full screen video, there is some tiles over the video. So it depends how the page is composited. I will show you another one. So now you see the tiles painted over the video. So even in the full screen there are the tiles. Yeah. No. So now you can see how is it the page composited. Yeah. Okay. So there is usually some issues with the painting, because we need to synchronize the rendering, and because GTK widget works only on the main thread, and Firefox uses 3 threads to painting, so we need to lock it, sync it, synchronize it, and so on. And also we use we use synchronized rendering to the screen. So we need to update all the subsurfaces and then do the commit to the main surface to show the result, to avoid flickering and. But it's more difficult to do the synchronized rendering in the GTK world. Yeah, and also there's another thing, and that's rapid mapping and unmapping the subsurfaces. Because if you see the page and, for instance, you do scroll of the page. Sorry, I'll see. Yeah. Scroll the page. The tiles are mapped and unmapped. It's so, and the contents is updated. So you need to well, I end up with more vol buffers for one actual DMA buff and one subsurface. So if the subsurface is unmapped, we still need to keep the vol buffer alive and wait to the detach or destroy event. And if the subsurface is shown again, we need to create another buffer over the same memory and put it to compositor, because we really don't want to get callback to released release buffer. Yeah. So we have more.
Since the camera is pointed there, it's better if you stay in the middle.
Okay, sorry. Yeah. So it's really difficult to do it properly to get feedback to live buffers. Yeah, and there are also some benefits. You can do direct rendering of the content. You can use DMA buffer feedback, so you can get modifiers which might be directly present to the screen. And there are also some optimizations which AD folks requested, like we removed GL flash, GL operations from the line, so we can only get frames from the video decoder and put it on the screen by the vol buffer. Yeah, and there's another optimization which was inspired by MPV. So if we do decoding in the decode process, there is a pool of FFmpeg buffers, DMA buffers, which are video frames. So the frames are moved to the rendering process, and then you have pool of the vol buffers, and we always match the vol buffer with the DMA buff. So we don't need to create and destroy the vol buffer if we get the buffer from the RDD process. So we keep the vol buffers and recycle it. Yeah. Well, you know, the VIAP, so the hardware acceleration works pretty well with the HDR, and actually needs 10 bits decode. That's all. Yeah, and there is also software decoding implemented. Yeah. So what's next? What's next? We need to fix bugs which are there, and there is also better compositor on the Firefox side, which use only few surfaces for the content and one surface for the video frame. So it might be more. It will use less subsurfaces for the rendering. And color presentation protocol. And please, there is one really interesting thing that GTK compositors doesn't support HDR or subsurfaces for drag and drop pop-ups. So if you create pop-up with the HDR content, it's actually not HDR. So we cannot paint HDR to the pop-up window. So please fix that if possible. Yeah, and HDR support for WebGL, and maybe Vulkan video support by FFmpeg that use the same code like WebGPU. Well, and that's all. So thank you. If you have any questions. Huh?
You showed us the tiling,
Uh-huh.
like use multiple subsurfaces.
Yeah.
How do you deal with fractional scaling? Do you do it at all?
No, the question is if we use fraction scaling with the tiles. No, it's not possible because you need to calculate borders and so on, so it doesn't work. Should I repeat it? Okay. Okay, so any? Okay. So another question? Okay, thank you very much.
When you blend the tiles that you propose, the subsurfaces, do you require some kind of blending, or what kind of blending do you expect from the
Sorry.
What kind of blending do you expect from the compositor for transparent subsurfaces for it to look correct?
Yeah, the question is what kind of blending I need for the blending of subsurfaces, right? I don't know actually, sorry. Well, there is problem with HTML blending. You can have many operation of the HTML, and I don't know how it fits to the OpenGL. If you can just somehow merge it into it, I don't know. Yeah, sorry. Yeah.
Is this work in progress, or is this part of the Firefox 140, or is it upcoming?
Yeah, the question is if that's work in progress or if it's going to be released. Well, kind of. I guess it's ready for testing. So you can, if you have HDR display, you can give it a try. Just you need Firefox 143 and try the first options, so the violent HDR, and it works even without HDR monitor. So if you want to test it, that HDR on, I don't know, headless system or automation, you can use this force enabled and test it. Yeah. So we'll see. Huh? Yes, it is. So, so the question is if my laptop screen is HDR. Yeah. So yes, it's HDR, but if the compositor supports HDR, it works even on if it's disabled on the screen, because compositor always promote the HDR protocol to the application. Yeah. If it's recent enough. Yeah, the question is if there are any glitches or rendering artifacts. Yes, it was in previous versions, and it was caused by the buffers, because we used all buffers, and that was repainted, or it was released early or so. So the transactions should fix that, the glitches. So you should always have recent content for the subsurface with the transactions. Yeah. The question is if there are any glitches in web page rendering. Well, that layer code is used on Windows and macOS. So the background should be working, on the Firefox side, and needs proper implementation on Wayland. So it should work now. And if you see any glitches, just report it at Bugzilla. I will look at it. Yeah. So any question? Yeah.
I'm waiting for someone typing on the matrix.
Uh-huh.
Not gotten out. So.
Okay. Okay. Just ask me any time. Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much.
GNOME Nepal since past 1 year, since its formation. So I was one of the founding member, and as a professional, I am a backend Python software developer, and I am also a serial event manager. I just love doing lots of events, and so yeah, me being involved in Gnome's events was last time it started in 2023 when I was the local team lead of Gnome Asia Summit 2023. Then we formed Gnome Nepal, and then after that I was in the global organizing team for the Gnome Asia 2024 in Bangalore. So how the Gnome Nepal started was it started in the early 2024, or to be exact, we have to say in April of the year 2024. Now it has been a bit more than a year since it has started. So I was the first and only Gnome Foundation member from Nepal at that time. And after the completion of Gnome Asia 2023, the Gnome Foundation kept the Gnome's new desktop environment codenamed Kathmandu. So I guess it was Gnome 46. So after that, we thought of why not create a Gnome local chapter here in Nepal, take help from the foundation, and then grow the open source ecosystem here in Nepal itself. Because at that time, the open source ecosystem in Nepal was in a really weak state. So there were seniors who followed the open source ecosystem, the community, and everything, but it was in the past, and then we needed something new. So the vision with what we started Gnome Nepal was to build awareness about the Gnome and the other applications projects in the Gnome circle, and also the Linux, the ones which are using the Gnome by default, like Ubuntu, Fedora, and many more. And other was to grow the contributors. So to grow the contributors right from the grassroots level, who can directly contribute to the upstream, and then to represent Nepal globally, because at that time Nepal wasn't being represented globally. So we thought why not represent Nepal globally in the ecosystem. Then there were a lot of challenges when we started. So at first, what we faced was there was a complete lack of awareness of GNOME and FOSS. Folks used to use the distros like Ubuntu and Fedora, but they didn't know the default desktop environment that they are working on or they are using in their daily life was GNOME by default. So we had to let them know about it. So there was a lot of challenge. And then another thing was minimal infrastructure and support. So we were less in contact with the foundation at the beginning. So we were doing everything by ourselves. And we were also the beginner at that time. So it was a bit harder for us to manage everything. And then there was low representation in the upstream communities. So we couldn't look up to someone who could mentor us directly. So we were just working things out by ourselves. And then another was the skepticism about the career scope in open source. Like even if we wanted to let people know about open source, like bring them in, contributing in the open source projects, they always had a doubt that whether this is going to give them anything, help them in their career, or help them in their future. So there wasn't something specific that we could tell them that if you do this, then your future will be like this, or the career will be better. So it was one of the challenge that we faced at the beginning. And then some of the early wins were at first we were really struggling to get any awareness sessions or any open source sessions to give to the students. So our focus at first was to the students, because if the students are taught well, or we aware them when they are young, they can in future grow, be professional, and then carry on the open source culture in their work, uh, among their friends, and then again mentor and teach to the younger ones. So our focus was the students, but at first it was really difficult to get any sessions. We went to many educational institutions, many organizations. We told them we are uh, interested to provide the session on Linux and GNOME, but they weren't much ready for that. uh, then the first community event that we did was when we tied up with another open source community here in the valley, Kathmandu Valley, and then we did it in the Kathmandu University, and then it was followed by the session what we did in St. Xavier's College. So this session was the beginning of our formal sessions. So it was more like a 3-hour session because there were a lot of students who weren't aware of open source or the Linux. So we have to give them more theoretical, fun and interactive sessions rather than going directly into the technicals. And then uh, yeah, then after that, because the session went really good, the word of mouth went really well, and then everyone were talking about the session. They recommended their friends, they recommended other educational institutions, and then after that we got a chance to do sessions serially. So till now we have done a lot of sessions. I will be coming back to that in my next slides. So another early win was in Gnome Asia Summit, which was held in Nepal. So there was only one speaker from Nepal, so that was the early win, but now it has changed. Again, that will be included in the coming slides. So yeah, let's wait for that. And then recognition by global Gnome community, like the early win, as I said, the code name was given, the Gnome 46 code name was Kathmandu. So it was a feeling of pride to everyone in Nepal that finally the Nepali community, the Gnome community is getting the recognition from the global community. And then if we come back to like what we were thinking when we were creating Gnome Nepal was the strategy was to provide regular sessions, whether it be online or offline. We give them webinars, we provide them workshops, we help, we collaborate in hackathons, and then other things were to engage with the youth through campus outreach. Like I told you a bit earlier, we were focusing more on the students because students are the backbone of the nation. If they are made aware of the open source in early stage, then they can bring that and practice it in their professional career. So another thing was the cross collaboration that is happening right now with Ubuntu Nepal. So Ubuntu Nepal and Gnome Nepal, they are collaborating closely and doing everything, the sessions and everything till now together since the formation of Ubuntu Nepal. So if we have to tell more about Ubuntu Nepal, because the Gnome Nepal community grew and it became strong. So Ubuntu Nepal was inactive for something like more than a decade. And then the Gnome Nepal community, it revived Ubuntu Nepal. So now Ubuntu Nepal and Gnome Nepal, we are working really close. So when we are talking about the measurable impact that the Gnome Nepal has brought to the nation, so at first, if I have to say, there was no Gnome dedicated community here in Nepal that was working for the open source ecosystem locally and globally. And Gnome Nepal was the first one after the creation of it. So since it was the first one, there were like 0 community members. When we started, I was the first one, and then we kept on going. So in over a 1 year period, from one person we have grown up to like 300 plus. So it is, to be accurate, more like 350 plus members right now in our platform. So we are using Discord as our platform because we didn't want any communication barrier through the platform for anyone to join the community. So because Discord was really famous in the country when we started the community, we opted for Discord. And then if we are talking about the direct sessions, we have given sessions to more than 1,000 plus students. This is only the physical sessions we are counting. So we have contributed directly to more than 1,000 students physically, and many of them have joined us as a contributor. So yeah, this is still ongoing, and we have a lot of sessions coming in the future. And another thing that was a really good impact after the Gnome Nepal formation was that the Gnome Asia Summit in 2023 had only one speaker from Nepal, but it grew up to the 5 speakers last time in Bangalore. So it is a big win for us. More representation of the country and Gnome Nepal in the global ecosystem is always a great thing. So it is also the goal that we took when we started to connect or to bridge the gap between the global and the local community. And if we see in GUADEC, there were like 0 speakers till 2023. Then in 2024, last year, there was one speaker from Nepal. And in 2025, I am the one from Nepal right now. So yeah, so the representation in GUADEC has also been better. It is increasing, and I really hope that the number increase, not just me, but there will be more speakers in the future. And for the Gnome Foundation members, in Nepal there was 0 foundation members, but right now there is one. And I really do believe till the end of this year there will be many more. So this is the positive impact that has been visible, that can be measured directly. If we see further on the impact that can be measured, there has been a lot, like giving awareness, impacting the life, to inspiring the Nepali students to apply for the GSoC, and for other open source programs. So there has been a lot of positive impacts. So some of the major milestone was, first it was hosting Gnome Asia Summit 2023, and then after that participating in organizing Gnome Asia 2024. So Gnome Nepal had good participation in organizing Gnome Asia 2024, so that we take great pride of. And then we bid for the Open Asia 2025, and then it has been selected. So it is always a good thing that such a international conference of a great scale is coming to Nepal. So it will be more like bridging the gap. It will lessen the gap between the Ubuntu and GNOME community and the local contributors here. So another one is building a regional alliance with Ubuntu Nepal. So these are some of the milestones. So if we are talking about the diversity and the inclusion factor that the Gnome Nepal has brought to the nation, or it is doing for the local contributors, so we are being more proactive than at the beginning. Right now, we are being more proactive in the approach for the gender balance, or let's say including everyone. Right now, even at this stage, we have a lot of male contributors than the female and others. So we are really looking forward to encouraging the female and the others category of the genders to start contributing for us, because we really want the community to be inclusive, and then we grow together. And our focus has always been to provide equal opportunity to the members, whether they are beginners or they have been contributing. If anyone is interested and they are capable of doing the task, then yeah, we just provide them the opportunity. We don't prioritize on the basis of the time period or any other thing. So it is also about welcoming the beginners nicely, providing them comfortable space, letting them know on in which project they can comfortably contribute. So other things that we are looking forward to are like training and mentorship. So onboarding new contributors, providing hands-on session, Linux, GNOME session that we have been doing, as I mentioned earlier. We are right now focusing on the students, but we are also moving towards the professional side of people. We are bringing in a lot of more international conference here. Yeah, we are bringing a lot more international conference in the country, so that it also impact the professionals, but not only the students. And then there has been the peer mentoring by experienced members. So if any new member come into the community, they want to contribute, we just support them. We ask them in which project they want to contribute. So we have both technical and non-technical projects. For the non-technical, there are more like let's say designing or event management or leading the event, and then team bonding meetups. uh, but if we go in the technical side of thing, we have documentations, coding. We have our own website which has been hosted in the server provided by the foundation. So we ask the beginners in which project they are more interested to contribute. We mentor them, we let them know what we expect in the project, and then it has helped them a lot to better understand the open source ecosystem, the Gnome projects, and also the vision of the community. So yeah, it has been a great thing. So we have also looked forward into the collaborations. We cannot change the open source, the future of the nations in terms of the open source if we don't collaborate. So collaboration has been always on the top of Gnome Nepal. So the goal has been to collaborate with a lot of local and international communities. Like we have been collaborating with Gnome Foundation. We are using the infrastructure provided by the foundation. Our contributors has been funded by the foundation for the conference. So it has really given them the exposure, the outreach, and also the concept of how the international ecosystem is actually working right now, the direction that they are going towards. So it has really helped us. Then comes the Ubuntu Nepal. Ubuntu Nepal has been our really close friends. We have been doing some sessions and events together at the current time. So the bond is really nice also because Ubuntu uses Gnome as the default desktop environment. The relation is really good because the goals they aren't clashing, and then we can just work together for the sessions and everything. For the academic institution, the sessions that we have been giving, the students that has joined us, everything has helped us. So we have collaborated with more than 10-20 academic institutions. All the sessions that we have been giving are to the academic institutions like the college, the engineering college, the computer science college, and A levels and everything. So others are the local tech communities and the sponsors that have been helping us. So in the local tech communities, there are communities right here in the Kathmandu Valley and also outside of the Kathmandu Valley who have been really helpful to us since our formation. And for the future vision, we really want to establish Gnome Nepal as an contributor hub, from Nepal. So we really want to like mentor and then prepare contributors who can contribute to the upstream projects that can increase the upstream code contributions, and then organize regional hackfest sessions and conferences. We really do want to do national conferences after this year, which we have been looking forward since our formation. But since we have been busy doing the international conferences, we haven't been able to actually focus on the national conference. So that will be our future vision. And then also support localization and accessibility efforts in Gnome, because since in Nepal we use everything the language is Nepali, the date system is different than the AD. Right now we are in 2082 BS, so we are a lot more ahead than 2025. So we have to have that date and everything uh, uh, for the accessibility and localization purpose, so that it is easier for everyone to use. And the lesson learned till now has been it is always the strong people who make strong projects. So we are focusing on making a strong community who can actually provide contributions to the strong codes to make the projects better. Even if we are talking for the non-code contributions, it is there. So we at first have to be strong from our base, make the community strong, make it comfortable for everyone to contribute, and then channelize that into the upstream, the international projects, the projects that Gnome Foundation has been focusing on, and many more. So also another thing is visibility brings opportunity. So we are more focused on making Gnome Nepal visible. So we are participating more in the Gnome conferences. It may be Gnome Asia or GUADEC or anything. The Ubuntu conferences like UbuCon Asia. So it is more like providing Gnome Nepal visibility. So it is bringing the opportunity inside the community, which the contributors can get and be more motivated and encouraged for further contributions. And if we are talking about free and open source software, they really need local contributors. I really do believe like it should start right from the grassroots level, because there will be more contributors who will be starting from the early stage of their life. They will be learning through open source and they will be giving back to the open source. So it just makes sense. And then sustainability through mentorship. So we are looking forward to mentorships. We have provided better mentorships and it has worked well. And if we are talking about call to action, so I'm right now giving the talk in the international, the one of the biggest conference of the Gnome. So yeah, so I really do have to call folks for action. So some of the actions that I really want to request are to support the local communities from the global level. You really need to support the local communities that has been starting at the current time. So this will help in preparing grassroots level contributors, help in making the community stronger, and then get more contributors, get more support. And then it is about mentor, the collaborate, amplify, and then request for international collaboration with Gnome Nepal, and let's say open source together. So I'm at the end of my session of just a minute, so that I can just show the community platform. So at first I counted the community platform members in UConn Asia 2024. So it was 56 members, and then came GNOME Asia 2024 in Bangalore. We had 184 community platform members, and at the current stage we have 352 actively contributing members in the community who have been involved in Gnome Nepal. And so, yeah, this is a big win for us, for a local community to come this ahead. And there is still a lot of future ahead. So we are looking forward to Bucon Asia that we are having in August 30 and 31st. So yeah, I hope you like the presentation, and thank you.
Hi, hello. Okay, so shall I start my presentation or? Okay, nice. Well, thank you for letting me be here. Today I'm here to talk about Linux threats. My background is in cybersecurity. I will explain a little bit more about this. I want to talk about the evolution, the trends, and the state of the art of Linux threats, because I've seen that there are many misconceptions about how security works and how malware works against Linux devices. So I think it's a topic that the community will appreciate, because it's great for even users to be aware of these sort of things. So first of all, I want to present myself a little bit. My name is Paula. I work as sort of an investigator, or a researcher. My team is called Identity Threat Research, and the company is called Okta. I daily investigate about threats that are affecting both my company and the customers, but I'm also interested in investigating my own topics, specifically Linux related security topics, because I'm really into free software community, and this is my way of giving back what the community has given me. So this is why I'm over here. I've been working in cybersecurity for somehow 8, 9 years or so. My background is both offensive and defensive cybersecurity. I started working on pen testing and red teaming, hardware hacking, and those sort of things. And then I shift and change and started working in threat hunting, incident response, um, threat intelligence, that sort of things. And now I'm like investigating more like in the defensive side again. Apart from this is like my professional background. I'm also an organizer of Es Libre, which is event from Spain in which we focus about free software communities, Linux, sometimes open source, but most importantly, free software stuff. So if you are interested, I guess because you are over here, if you are interested in these sort of topics, please look for us, because we are also going to start going back into track with Es Libre next year. And as I said, I'm interested in free software communities and policies. I usually work in how feminism and diversity shall be work through free software communities. And I'm also interested in climate and permacomputing. So, yeah, that's me. Nice to meet you all. So, what are we going to talk about today? We are going to first, we are going to give a very quick introduction on why we should talk about security in Linux environments, GNU Linux environments, how threats are evolving slowly, but it's important to know those evolutions. The trends right now, or trends that have been around these last months, year or so, and we're going to discuss some prevention methods, both from the side of technical profiles like administrators or developers and such, and prevention from the point of view of users. We are going to finish up summing up some conclusions and insights and such, and I will give you all the resources and the repository in which this presentation is. So let's start by understanding why it's a good idea to talk about security in Linux. A lot of people think, and this is real, this has happened to me, that using Linux is safe by default. It's not safe by default. It gives users transparency and a very strong community to rely on, but it's not safe by default, and we need to understand that, so we keep our guards up. In order to face those threats, each one of us has a role. And I think this is easier to understand for us because we're working towards community-driven technology. And we understand that even if we are not technical profiles, we have a role, let's say, in our community. It happens the same in security. Even if you're a user, a developer, an administrator, each one of us has a role, and we need to understand a little bit of how security works in order to help our community grow towards most safe um, Linux operating system and in general free software. Right now, there are some obstacles that we have to dodge. So we have improved phishing, some vibe coding related issues as well, because we are encountering huge vulnerabilities due to this. We encountering some malicious libraries that are attempting to be mistaken for the legit ones. We are seeing new toolkits, even open source toolkits. We are going to speak about it later. So there are many things that we have to take into consideration and in order to better understand how security works in these sort of environments. Okay, so first of all, many of the threats that we are being encountering in Linux devices are related to miners or botnets. This is because many Internet of Things devices are being targeted, and many of those Internet of Things devices use Linux-based systems. So some of them will also work in regular servers or even personal devices, but it's usually targeting these sort of devices. Nevertheless, the technical things that have been used for attack change in these sort of environments are also being used for other devices like personal devices or regular virtual machines even. So it's interesting to understand how these sort of threats work. Even though we are not working with those sort of devices, it's interesting to see how the threat actors are trying to attack these sort of devices. Later, we've seen some ransomware versions. Just a quick introduction in case you don't know the term. A ransomware is a malware that locks a computer, and then the threat actor behind, or the threat actor group behind that ransomware, will ask for money in exchange of freeing those devices or that network. So first, these sort of attacks were in the past more targeting Windows devices or Windows servers even. But some years ago, the same developers started creating versions of those very same ransomwares to make it work also on Linux environments. So this is interesting because a lot of people think that those sort of malware samples only works on Windows and those sort of environments, and that's not true and hasn't been true for a really long time in terms of cybersecurity, like a few years now. Also, some attackers are attempting to write payloads and take advantage of community maintained package to insert those sort of malicious libraries or malicious packages. While this is not only affecting Linux, and in fact, one of the most prominent ones was targeting Windows, and I'm talking about some Python-related issues in the past. I think it's interesting to mention because it takes advantage of free software communities in order to try to, insert malicious packages or malicious libraries. So we need to be aware of that as well as a community. Also, in my opinion, some of the threats that appeared few years ago that were targeting Linux were sort of simple in some way. I will show you later, But lately they've been improving and they've been making it more evasive, and they have been like threat actors have been created more sophisticated persistence and backdoors and such. So it's not intelligent to rely on thinking that attacks targeting Linux are simpler, because they are no longer simpler than the ones that are being targeting Windows and other sort of devices. So this is sort of like what's been happening for some years now. And now I want to talk to you about some examples. So couple of years ago, I created this honeypot. It's on a repository in my SoundHat, so you can check it later if you want. I created this honeypot in order to understand a little bit more about those miners that I told you about that are targeting Internet of Things and those sort of devices. And I saw a lot of them with commonalities. For example, they try to manipulate resources, they try to delete logs, they try to change permission in order to access to temporary locations. They try to change permissions in order to affect cron, so they can create persistence in the future, or they try to dodge firewalls. So this is real code from one of the samples, but I took it as an example because even though I saw different minor families, this somehow was seen in most of them. Other things that I think were interesting back then is that they try to delete other miners. So they are trying to delete competitions. They try to create resistance to reboot. So there are some things that if you understand Bash and you understand how command line works, it's easy to spot. But sometimes it's not that easy to pay attention to this and try to understand how these sort of miners work. I'm saying this because I've seen some articles saying new miner, new botnet, new blah, blah, blah. And in the end, when I saw the code, it was pretty similar to the very same things that I've been seeing over the years with minor changes sometimes. So yeah, that's interesting. So I want to talk about some trends that we've been seeing. So and when I say we, I mean investigator. In this case, I'm investigating this on my own, as I said, just for fun. So I've seen, for example, that ransomware is slowly transitioning to info stealers. So ransomware, as I said before, like encryption of devices and such, hijacking those devices, etc. That's still happening right now, but most of the threat actors that were spending time and efforts, technical efforts in creating ransomware, they are trying now to create better info stealers, and this should also be seen in Linux targeted malware and such. We will see in the examples afterwards. So info stealers are similar, but instead of encryption of the devices, they just focus on stealing information and stealing data from those devices. And then the threat actor is attempting to leak that information and is asking for money or whatever in exchange of not leaking that information. So why is this transitioning happening? I think it's mostly because it's usually faster, and in the end is what scares the more leaking that information, because it usually involves leaking information about users from customers and such. We are also seeing toolkits being offered that includes payloads that can be adapted for many operating systems. And this includes Linux-based systems, which is our main interest right now. So what does this mean? It means like even an attacker that is not technical profile, it's not advanced in a technical way, they can just hire or buy toolkits and then use them, or even download them because some of them are open source and even modify them, so it suits them. And this is interesting because it's making the whole threat actor environment more complicated. But at the same time, we can see that many code is being reused or modified or have some commonalities, and so it might be easier to spot sometimes. So yeah, both things. And apart from that, as I said, many IoT devices are being targeted in the Linux environment, let's say, and in this case, we are seeing miners, as I just explained and showed you. And this is still happening, so this is why I mentioned it here. So let's dive into some recent threats, and by recent I mean like in the last months or so. Well, some miners and botnets that have been appearing right now are still somehow using old techniques, such as, for example, brute force. So we are seeing PumaBot, Outlaw, and Xrim, among others, because of Mirai, for example, is also being seen all the time around in the wild. So PumaBot is targeting embedded Linux Internet of Things devices. As I said, this is a pretty interesting thing to remark, because we've seen that all over through the years. PumaBot, rather than scanning the internet, retrieves a list of targets. So in the past, we've seen that a lot of miners and botnets are trying to attack everything that they encounter on the internet, and this is also changing because they are becoming more straightforward, creating lists and being more, let's say, not silent, but because they are using brute force, but they are becoming more, as I said, straightforward. One of the things that it's interesting about this malware is that it's trying to disguise itself as a legitimate Redis system file. So sometimes if, let's say, an administrator is trying to see what's going on and they don't really know a lot about security, they might mistake this malware for the real deal. So it's interesting because it's somehow similar to how phishing works, but specifically for evasion techniques. Apart from that, they are also using other things that, again, we've been seeing, at least I've seen for a really long time, such as they are trying to add its own SSH keys into the user's authoritative keys, so to create further persistence. So I've seen this a lot through the years, and they are still using it because it's still working. So yeah, if it works, why change it, right? So apart from this, for example, Outlaw, it's another thing that, let's say, it's simpler, but it's also being seen in the wild a lot. And I even have written a blog post about it like so long ago. The interesting thing about Outlaw is that they are using modified XMRig, and they leverage IRC chats. If you remember IRC chats, well, this is being used by threat actors in order to send command and control, to send commands for command and control attacks. So what I've seen in the wild is Perl IRC being abused in this case, for these sort of things. Changing the topic, I also want to spotlight how Snowlight is being used. Snowlight is a malware that it's being used by very specific localized redactors. And what it does is drops a fileless payload that resides solely on memory. And this is called VShell, and it's pretty well known among offensive security communities because it's known to be better than previous similar payloads. So what I want to highlight here is that what I talked about before, technical as advanced threat actors are creating tools based on open source tools. So they just have to modify them, and this way they can create their own tools. And at the same time, other less technical threat actors are also taking the very raw code and they are using it for attacks that are happening and are working. So this is an example of how both advanced technical threat actors and less advanced technical threat actors are abusing tools that are out in the wild and open source. And autocolor is a backdoor, and the most interesting thing about it is that it's evasive, but at the same time it's using something that's been seen for a long time now that it's still working. Some of you might already know about that, and it's the abuse of LD preload. So basically what it does is injection of libraries by abusing one of the legit tools that is usually found in many operating systems from Linux-based devices. And as I said before, mimicking packages, it's also a thing, and it's trying to abuse the trust of developers that are trying to use legit sources. For example, the two campaigns that I'm highlighting here is Telegram bot API and AdVcache. Both are legit libraries, but they are being mimicked by threat actors. So developers that they think that they are using the real deal, they are not, and they are downloading payloads that could end in leak of information, especially if those developers are from associations, corporations, and such. So now that we've seen some of the things that are going on, and I hope that you understand that right now attacks against Linux devices are not as simpler as people might have believed. Now we can talk about prevention, because there are things that we can do. So the most basic layer of prevention is like being aware of phishing development and malicious sources. So right now phishing is way more sophisticated than it used to be. So we are not only seeing like typical email phishing. This is for another whole presentation, but we are also seeing Discord and social media, Telegram, those sort of things being used for phishing, even SMS sometimes. So we have to be aware of that in order to avoid the very first vector of entrance for those sort of attacks. And also that there are many malicious sources, so don't just copy paste something that you don't understand on your device, or don't use libraries that you are not sure if they are legit or not, because many times those in the end are malicious. So just being somehow aware that these things are happening, that's already a pretty good prevention, and it's going to prevent a lot of really huge attacks. Trust me, I've seen it. So apart from that, it's interesting to have security updates in the back of your head. So sometimes you don't want to update your system or your services because your things that are working in production relies on some specific version, but it's worth the effort, because many times threat actors are trying to abuse vulnerabilities that have already been solved by those services and those operating systems, and it's already working fine, but people just don't update, and a lot of things are going on and happening just because of that. So if you are an administrator, or if you are a developer, or if you are in general a technical profile, it's worth the effort to just upload the latest things in your preferred services. Also, you have to pay attention of exposed services, because a lot of times brute force is just working because someone is deploying something in production and they don't know a lot about it, or they are just like experimenting and just leave it there in their own devices and their own servers and such. And they are maybe using default passwords or not very strong passwords for protecting those, and brute force works in those cases. So it's very important to check and try to see if your ports are working the way you want to, and that you are testing in a safe way, so not to compromise the rest of the production or the work that it's on your devices. This is especially important if you are having a network of devices, because many miners or botnets or malware in general, what it does is check what host names are like trusted by that device, and they try to also attack those by using the keys that you have stored in those servers and in those devices. So you can create like a whole mess, because one device, maybe a testing device, was part of a network and it was compromised. So this is really important. It seems very basic, but it's really important. If you want to understand a little bit more about this and you are just starting and testing out and such, a really good way is to configure from zero to the finish end a honeypot, because a honeypot relies on configuring ports and such. So it's a pretty good way to understand how miners works, and also so you can better understand about exposed services and ports and such. That's just something that I recommend you, because it has worked for me, and I think it's also a pretty interesting, let's say, experiment for security stuff. Also, and this is just like my personal advice, keeping it simple, because sometimes we use a pre-configured device or a pre-configured operating system, and it comes with a lot of things that we are not going to use. And especially if we are just testing or using a device or something just for a specific purpose, it's better to just keep it with the things that you want, so you can just control what's going on, and everything works smooth and better. And if something weird or suspicious is happening, it's easier to spot it and just act on the spot. Because when you have a lot of services that you don't understand and you don't know what do they do, it's more complicated, taking into consideration that many malware samples right now uses evasion based on that sort of lack of comprehension of what is going on in your system. And a prevention in a level up, let's say, layer is monitor if you can. I also have a repository that I will later share, in which I explain how to use some monitor in basic servers that use Linux. And this is interesting because if something is going on, it's easier to spot if you have been monitoring it beforehand and you have logs and such. One interesting thing is, as an activity, if you want to learn about this, is to check some common behavioral, like temporary temporary files that should not be accessed or modified, or location that should be not accessed or modified. Spot those and create alerts in order to see if something is going on with those files. If you are not sure, again, a honeypot is a really great way of understanding that. You can create some fake keys and some fake host names and see if something is going on there. And that way it's easier to understand afterwards what's going on. Apart from this, also work towards better understanding of cybersecurity. This might sound weird, but for example, a lot of people have asked me about why passwords are not a thing right now and that we should change that. And this is partly true and partly not true, and it's because of an article that came out some months ago that said that passwords are no longer secure, and it's not exactly like that. It's like if you create a password, you have to make sure that you have also multi-factor authentication, and you have to make sure that you change that. So if your credentials are leaked at some point, they are just not going to work in the future, those sort of things. So it's good to read cybersecurity articles, but it's also interesting to understand why, and not just accept what you hear from a very fast article. And if you are in doubt, we can go to the next step, and is asking for help. The good thing about free software communities is that there are a lot of technical profiles that are out there to help you. So if you are in doubt, you can anytime just reach someone from the community. You can reach me if you want, but you can also go to the Fediverse or Mastodon, or well, Mastodon is part of the Fediverse. You can go there, and there are many instances used for cybersecurity people. So just throw the answer, throw the question, sorry, and you will get an answer very quick, I assure you. So you don't have to do this alone. This is why communities are being built. And so trust your people and ask around, go to cybersecurity events, and you will get there. So the resources of the articles and such that explain a little bit more about what I've been talking about are in this repository. You can scan it or just check the link out there. It's my Sword Hat repository, in which you can find the presentation, the resources, and the license of the presentation. So feel free to just download it, check it on your own path, because I understand this was a little bit quick. And of course, if you have any further questions, please, you can reach me. I'm out there. I'm in the Fediverse. I'm in South Hat, and you can maybe ask even GUADEC to reach me, and I will be very glad to answer all your questions. This is all. Okay. Yeah. I'm sorry, I didn't hear you very well. Can you if I hear okay, you are talking about artificial intelligence being used for attacks, or okay. Yeah, so what have been seen, like in general, not only for Linux, is both for phishing, like improving phishing. Sometimes in the past we said that phishing could be spotted because something weird was going on in, like it was an uncanny version of what should be the legit source. This is not happening anymore, let's say, or not as much, because threat actors are using artificial intelligence in order to improve the way phishing looks and the way the sentences are put. So it's more complicated. That's one side. And the other side is bytecoding is being used by like legit developers and also attackers as well. So legit code can have further vulnerabilities, and we have to pay attention to that, and to be aware that if we are not very technical, we should be careful with what we put in production, because then again, some of the things that we've been discussing could happen, like services being exposed in the internet that shouldn't be, or maybe code that is using libraries. So I've seen that as like in general in cybersecurity, not specifically against Linux, but it could happen also against Linux, if that makes sense. Yeah. So some years ago, when I started in offensive security, I also worked towards those sort of attacks, like because I was working on hardware security, so I encountered those sort of things. And at the time, I saw that most of those environments use very close and specific networks and specific protocols that are very vulnerable sometimes, but not as easy to understand and to access from the internet or something like that. But there are many devices that are, let's say, embedded on those sort of environments that use, let's say, Raspberry Pis or similar devices, also routers sometimes, that maybe they are not like the core systems or of those environments, but they are like peripherals and devices that are around. And in those cases, as you might already imagine, they sometimes use Linux-based routers. They might use some open source operating system based on Linux. One of the honeypots that I created used one of those. Raspberry Pi, the same. They can use Windows, but many of them are Linux-based. And in those cases, if those are compromised, they can, affect partially those sort of environments. So yeah, IoT devices that might not be the core, but they are around the core of those specific devices. My prevention on those is that I will isolate from the internet if possible, but if it's not possible because you need those for whatever, at least making them very separate from those which are core systems of those sort of environments. But again, it depends, because those are very specific environments and it changes from one example to another. I don't know if it makes sense or if I'm solving your question, but this is what I've seen and I know about these sort of environments.
You can stay close to the microphone. If you want, you can sit or stay up. No,
Okay.
it's up to you. If you stay up, it's better if you take your microphone.
Okay. Okay, so hello everyone, and yeah, my talk is about on the Gnome FOSS internships. So I will just quickly start and a little bit about me. I'm Aryan Kaushik. I am a Gnome Foundation member as well as an Ubuntu member, so I'm playing a double game. I am the maintainer of Logo Menu, which is a Gnome extension. And also, I've been myself an intern at Gnome in 2022 through GSoC, and in 2023 at Chromium. I know Google, but okay. And I was the lead organizer for UbuCon Asia in India. It was the first UbuCon Asia to ever being held in India, so that was a great time. And I'm a recent graduate. If you have been to my previous talks, I usually write over here, just a student. I can't use that line anymore, but it's okay. So why are we having this talk? Like, what's the issue for which we need to discuss this? First of all, a lot of students and people think FOSS is unpaid labor, which if you like go through any, if you search through LinkedIn in our region, mostly in India and that part of the region, it is that if anybody even posts about any unpaid internship or any opportunity where it's not going to give you money, it's a lot of battle which goes on in the comment section. Because they think that, hey, you are doing work for somebody, so you should get paid. It's like, why are you doing free work? And then they just go on about the company and just, it's a lot of war that happens on LinkedIn and all those places. The problem is that that same thing comes down to FOSS, because they keep it at the same level, that it is also unpaid labor, it's also unpaid work, our corporate is earning too much money from your work and you should be paid, and that's why it discourages contributors. When they see that, oh, you should not do unpaid work, so they think, oh, FOSS is also one of them. And that happens because they don't really know what free and open source software is, why you contribute to it. And there's a line, and I would like not to be quoted on that, but I think in one conference, Linus Torvalds said that the best contributors are those who contribute for themselves. And I think this is where the whole journey started, that people made the software for themselves to solve a problem which they had. Other people thought that, okay, it works in this way, it might, I should customize it for this thing as well. They did the job for themselves and then contributed back, and it became so mature that the software is so stable, so good right now. But people don't understand that. They think that I'm doing it just for somebody else, so if I don't do it, or I should be paid for just that, and it just removes the thinking of why they are actually contributing to FOSS. And it's not like it's all unpaid. In the end, like I also got a job from FOSS. A lot of people I know at the conference have been in career due to open source contributions. But it's the starting point. If they get discouraged just because of this, that it's unpaid labor, it discourages them for ever contributing to the open source ecosystem. Also, if you come to our region, it's a lot of debate around DSA versus FOSS. Now, if you don't know DSA, it's like data structures algorithms, and you like do lead code and all those kind of code forces, those things. And in India, it's a very big debate. Either you do DSA or you do FOSS. You can't do both. And they think that it's one or the other. If you want to go to Google, Microsoft, everything, do DSA. If you want to go to a startup, do FOSS. It's that. And once you get into the company, just stop doing it because you've achieved your goal. Now it's your experience that matters. It's not the FOSS that matters. So that debate is one thing which happens a lot. And I've seen it firsthand in my college as well, that when I say that I'm doing open source, oh, so you are going to a good company in startup. It's like, I'm not doing it for that. It would be a byproduct, but I'm not doing it for that. I didn't even know that you can get career opportunities in it. That's why I'm having this talk, because I was also unaware of it. I did a lot of work without even knowing that, okay, there's a part after this where I can also get a career in it. But now I know, so I'm here to tell you all about that as well. So, lack of awareness and no real realization of why the contributions should be done. Then again, open source is unpaid and only a ladder to get into big tech. We already discussed why that's false. And people think there's no FOSS job. When I talk about open source, they said, oh, but open source is nothing where you can get a career in. It's like only to show people that you know how to code. Other than it, it's nothing. They don't know why open source is, what exactly it is. It's just company made their source code open, so you contribute, and then you get into big company, and then just done. It's like a personal project for them, not a contribution, which counts. But what's the reality? FOSS does help. It can help you pay your tuition and everything, and it can help you build the career, but if you do it properly. So some of the ways which you can do it is Google Summer of Code. Now, I have been in it, so I will talk about that first. It's sponsored by Google, one of the good things which Google does. It's a 3-month program normally, but it can get extended to 6 months if your mentor wants or you think that you would need more time to do it, so you can expand the program. The stipend in India starts from $750 up to 3,000, and in USA it starts from 1,500 goes to 6,000 just because of the purchasing power parity index. And some of the biggest organizations participate in it. I remember when I first opened GSoC website, like my sister told me about it, that, hey, there's a program called GSoC, and you do open source work, you should see what's in it, and if you can try to participate in it. And I opened the website and I saw Gen 2, VLC, Gnome Foundation, and KDE, and I just instantly closed the website. I was like, no, not for me. I can never get into these companies, like they have very big source codes, I would never understand it, and I closed it. Some days later, when it was about deadline, like 7 days before the deadline, I opened the website again. I just was browsing through the projects to see, okay, what came and what all I missed. I got into Gnome, I saw a project which was really something which I knew more about. So I just thought, okay, I still have 6 days of time. I rushed to my sister, I said, hey, I want to submit it. Will you help me in the proposal? We drafted a proposal, submitted it. Fortunately, got accepted, got into Gnome, contributed the rest 3 months working on GStreamer-based PTV project, and it was, I think, some of the best times I have ever had, like the best coding journey. It was really enjoyable for me, and it made me learn so much things that when I have talked with, I coded 4 or 5 lines of code, mentor said, optimize it. I got to 4 lines, more optimizations, 3 lines. I said, no, nothing can be done, and he said, okay, let me do it. He did it in 1 line. So it was like a very good learning journey as well, that yes, there are ways if you like go really deep into tech, and it was amazing. So organizations list their project, you apply to the project, you get dedicated mentors. Mostly it is 2 mentors, sometimes it gets to 3, and sometimes 1 main mentor and 1 for backup. So that happens, and they are there to make you learn, to help you in your way, and to just make your internship a really good time for yourself. And then there's Outreachy. So Outreachy is done by the Software Freedom Conservancy. It is more for the underrepresented communities, so women in tech, people from the African regions, or even the people who are like discriminated against in their country for whatever reason it may be. It is more geared towards those people to give them a place where they can shine. And it's different from GSoC mostly in the way that it's not about only coding. Like GSoC is Google Summer of Code. The word itself is code, so you have to do coding projects in it. Here you can do lot more. Like in last Gnome Outreachy project, I was a mentor. We did research on Gnome design in Gnome's app, on how usable they are. We did research studies on it, took feedback from people, and then tried to implement them in the apps. So in Outreachy, you can have much more flexibility about what you are trying to get out of your interns. It's $7,000 irrespective of which region you are from. No purchasing power parity is calculated here. So anybody who is like, I've seen mostly the places where they are underrepresented communities, also that amount of money is a lot to do a lot of things which you might not have been able to do before. For me, myself, like when I got my first stipend, it helped me pay my tuition fees. Through the second stipend, I got this laptop, which helped me through my second internship. So it really helped me progress in my career, in my role. So it really helps a lot when you get that amount of money and you earn it. So it's always good. It's 3 months only. It's not the extended period time thing. And as we already discussed, a lot more projects to do here. But there's a thing which I got to know maybe a few months back only, or a year back, is that Outreachy started within Gnome. So Gnome has had a lot of history in this regard. Like I've seen so many projects, when you see their history, it has all stormed from Gnome in some way or the another. So it's just really good to see that. So a very quick brief history about it. So it was Gnome's Women Summer Outreach Program. It's a mouthful, I know. But it was started mainly because in GSoC in that year, there were no women in the pool of candidates. So they thought that why not create something for them. It was co-sponsored by Google and Gnome. A lot of people participated. It was a success. In 2009, it was restarted with, I believe, a better name by Marina. She is unfortunately no longer with us, but her legacy keeps living on, and I believe she has done a lot of great work which has inspired a lot of people around the world to do what they are best at. So then came 2012, Software Freedom Conservancy take part in this program. So it was no longer just GNOME, it was GNOME plus SFC. And then in 2013, they dropped the name GNOME and replaced it with FOSS, because even more organizations took part. So it was no longer just GNOME's program, it was for the free and open source program. And then they made another change in 2015, where they transferred it back to SFC, like to Software Freedom Conservancy, so that it becomes more impartial to any organization. They dropped the part women from it because they made it for the whole DEI community. It was no longer just for women, it was for anyone who is underrepresented. And this is the Outreachy which we know today, and I believe a much better name as well, which you can easily say to someone Outreachy than FOSS, Outreach Program for Women, so it's a long name. This is the poster which I got online, so sometimes it does help. So it's a very nice poster, and it still has a design language which we have still at GNOME, I believe. We still have traces of discolors and all. But this was like the original posters at the time. You can see the organizations, Mozilla, Fedora, Tor, all those participated that year. But these are not all the programs. There are many more programs, like 4 of them I've listed over here. It's like the season of KDE. It's unpaid, but again, you learn a lot from it, and you're contributing to it not because of just the stipend, but because it is helping you improve, and it will later also help you get a good career in the field as well. It's not just about short-term results. You should think about the long-term impact you are making. There's also MLH Fellowship. They are no longer active in India for some reasons, but they are also having very nice open source programs. There's LFX mentorship if you want to go into the Linux kernel, the CNCF projects. And there's Google season of docs. So GSoC is mostly for docs. So if you are somebody good in documentation writing or things like that, you should really apply to that as well. GNOME's participation is supported by the GNOME Internship Committee. So it got recently formed from a bunch of members who are really interested in spreading the word. I am part of it, Felipe, Alende, and Dipisha Burse, a lot of people, Sri Ramakrishna. Like, we all are part of it, and we try to encourage people to get into these internship programs. We oversee the participation of GNOME in Outreachy, in GSoC, and all other programs, and we try to have the best implementation of it. And a huge shout out to Felipe. Like, he has been handling these things for a lot of time single-handedly, and even now in internship committee, he is the one who is really helping us being onboarded, because we are not that aware about how these processes have been done for so many years. So huge shout out to him. And we participate in both GSoC and Outreachy. GSoC we do for the coding projects, and Outreachy we do for the non-coding projects, where, again, we also have our DEI initiatives as part of it. And we are always on the lookout for really good interns, students who are willing to learn. And a lot of students don't apply thinking that, hey, I don't know this much, or this person has been a lot more experienced. But being part of the committee, we know that this is not what goes into decision-making process. The decision-making process is a lot about what the student will get at the end. It's not so much about what GNOME will get, it's a lot more about how the student will get, what the student will face, and how will they be a broader part of the community in the future days. So don't be shy about participating. The worst which can happen is rejection, but it doesn't matter. Like, you got to at least apply, you got to at least learn, and you can still contribute. Like, there's no door in between. You can contribute even outside of GSoC or Outreachy. So, coming to the mentorship, that is the most important part of everything, I believe, that you can be a mentor, and everyone should be a mentor. It's not if you got into GSoC as a mentor or Outreachy as a mentor, then only you can be called a mentor. Right? A mentor is anybody who helps other people, who has been in their journey. So anybody can be a mentor, and everyone should be one. Even if you're like answering some questions on the GNOME Internship channel or like on the newcomers channel, you are a mentor in some way. So I really encourage everybody to join join those channels, help others, help the newcomers, because it really shapes the journey. I've seen places where when students didn't get the best mentorship possible, they tend to not stick around that much. But people who get those mentorship, they survive through it and stay for a very, very, very long time. Like, I have been a part of it, and I am more into Gnome than Chromium because of the help I got over here, the bond which I made with the people over here. That is what counts. So if you want to be a mentor for, like, let's say GSoC Outreachy in that official manner, just apply, and we will be really great to have you at that. And that's like my experience, which you can, I think, get from how I'm talking about things, that it's been a great pleasure to work with Gnome. And I have a bittersweet relationship with Linux, where sometimes things break, but I still stick with it. Why? Because I love it. Because I love the community of a part of it. Because I love everything which comes with it. For me, it's not just Linux, it's the whole open source community, which has been my best part of it. And I got a job in a FOSS supporting company. I got to talk with people who I can resonate with, who have better support for me, and it's just, and I got to talk to some of the greatest minds here in the conference. So I think it has really paid off in the long run for what I've done over the years. These are some of the companies where you can apply who supports open source. This is a very small list. There's a huge list. I can't fit everything in this slide, so it's just I think the top ones which you can apply: Igalia, CodeThink, and Ubuntu. You can also find their boots down there, so that's nice. So ending with, like, what can Gnome do? How can they, like, change what processes we can change? It's not more about what Gnome do. It's about we do, because it's my belief that we all are Gnome and Gnome is all of us. It's not just like there's a corporation called Gnome and they have to do everything. It's like what all we can help to make this process better, to help move people in this open source space with us. First of all, you can mentor. More details at the website. You can help sponsor Outreachy. They're always on lookout for sponsors. If you can do that, even small donations help in funding great projects for these budding enthusiasts. You can become a friend of Gnome. I think they have a QR code down there at Gnome Boot to do that. And you can help newcomers through the welcome.gnome.org channel. You can find all the channels where you can talk with the newcomers, encourage them to participate, and just impart your knowledge, whatever you have. Even the smallest help really goes a long way in making them stick together, because if they don't get replies, they feel, oh, is this active or not? But if you, like, say hi or hello, it goes a long way from there. So I would just say thank you. These are my channels if anybody wants to reach out to me after the conference, or if anybody has questions. Do we have time for questions? Okay, so if anybody has questions, then yeah, now's the time. Yeah, please. Nice, so I don't have to put too much pressure on my ears now.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can.
I can still use the card that I'm still a student.
Yeah.
So I wanted to ask, have you got to meet someone at your university that was invested in open source? Because I feel like that the students in universities could contribute to open source projects and so on during their assignments, but it's not really being pushed forward for. Like, there's no person for it.
Yeah, so I'm really glad you asked that. So this is where, like, I started a lot of things. I talked with my HOD once. Like, in this regard, I think these conferences helps a lot. When I first got into Gnome Asia, Malaysia, like, they didn't know, like, open source, like, college professors don't know about these things. But when I got to Malaysia, there was, oh, our student is going international. What happened? Why did you go international? And that's when I got to have a one-on-one conversation with him about everything open source, what it is, how it helps, that there's a different career path than just GSoC, DSA. Because they were pushing DSA on students that, oh, you need to do this many problems on lead code, you need to do this and that. There was nothing about open source. If anybody was doing it, it was just, it won't help you, why are you doing it? But I got to have a one-on-one conversation with him. I explained him everything about open source, why it helps, what it is, how Linux works and everything. He helped me get a direct chat with the director of the college. We talked with him. And what we did is small implementations. So we got Ubuntu installed on all our computer labs right away. We also considered removing Windows altogether. We couldn't do it because some companies test still likes to do on Windows and they just bar you if you use Linux for test. So which is very weird thing. That's why this is also a dual boot, unfortunately. But yes, haven't opened for more than a year, so yeah. So we did that. Then we had sessions with students where we explained them what is open source, what is Linux, how it all happens. We then gradually took it one step more forward. We showed them how to install the Linux kernel, how to open it, how to customize it, how to create modules, how to cause, let's say, kernel panics for fun. So we showed them all the ways to modify their systems and get Linux on it. We did install parties. We held, we procured some bootable pen drives, get them in the library, like we have books, and say, if you want to install Linux, just rent out this USB, install whatever flavor you want, and then return it back to the library. We took these steps, and a lot of people started using Ubuntu. Teachers progressed to using Linux instead of Windows over time. And we have more incorporated it in the process, and a lot of more people are becoming contributors. I think during my time, there were only 3 people who applied for GSoC. The last time I checked, I think it was 3 or 4 branches. Around 50% of the people who were in these branches applied. So it's a journey. It takes some time, and you have to really get down to the ground, talk with students, and just show them in the slightest and easiest language that why you should care about it, because people don't think privacy and all those these days. You have to really tell them that this is open source, this is how it started, this is where the ground was laid, and this is where we are right now. And yeah, I think it helped, and a lot of students are now involved in it.
I would like to point out the importance of university groups to keep the
Yeah.
students engaged. Because if they don't have a local community to participate and feel in their own community, in their own city, it's really hard to keep the students engaged if everything is going elsewhere. So that's also very important that to set up like Aryan has. So very smart.
Thanks a lot.
Any other questions that knows to the microphone? No? So thank you,
Okay.
Aryan, for coming.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
local curling club. The nearest curling club to this location is in Milan, about an hour away, and apparently they're still operating in the summer. So fantastic! Let's all go there Sunday and curl. But yeah, that's what I do for fun. Not that this isn't fun, but that's what I do to stay sane. So, hey, Bootc is going to eat the world, or at least my world. I'm the Fedora project leader, and I'm actually expecting this technology to eat everything that I need to be concerned about from a distro standpoint. It's already happening in some of our important downstreams. I think everybody here is probably familiar with Universal Blue. They are sort of leading the charge in being Bootc-based distributions, and a lot of those things pull Fedora RPMs as sources. And I actually expect that this is going to be a thing that eats the entire world because it was donated to the CNCF. It's not just a Red Hat thing anymore. Like, if you think about it, Bootc is sort of CoreOS 2.0. But as of January, this is a CNCF sandbox project, and that has some implications, right? I think this is going to be something that none of us can ignore. Sysadmins aren't going to be able to ignore this. This is going to be how we build distributions that span both being containers and VMs and bare metal in a modern way. And I expect that the Bootc images that we are producing right now are going to end up being the default soon. I'm not going to tell you what timescale that is, but it's going to be certainly within my tenure as the Fedora project leader. This is something that I expect that's going to happen. That's great. That sounds like a Jef problem, right? Like, why does this matter to GNOME? Why am I talking about it here, even though I wrote these slides at 1 a.m. in the morning last night? I've been thinking about this a lot. There's some things that fall out of this that are top of mind, and I think some of you in this room know where I'm going, but we'll get there. But to set the stage, why is this important to GNOME? Podman Desktop was also donated to CNCF. And what's interesting to this, for me, is this may be the first desktop application that I am aware of that's a CNCF project. Everything else is very Kubernetes, like deep in the plumbing Kubernetes or command line stuff. But this is the first bit of desktop application. It's aimed at developers, for sure. But as far as I know, this is like the first important UI thing that's showing up in CNCF. That also has implications that I won't get into here, but I think that's interesting. Why is that interesting? Well, a small aside. Because Bootc is a container image, right? And then you end up doing things to turn it into like an ISO or a QCOW image. It would be really cool if GNOME boxes could just do that. So I could take a Bootc container and then spin it into a VM. That would be nice. But that's not what I want to talk about. That's just something I thought of last night because that would be really interesting. Can you guess how the Podman Desktop is packaged right now? Like, it's a project that my employer, Red Hat, is deeply invested in, and I work for a distribution that's my day job that Red Hat is deeply invested in as sort of like part of their roadmap to up to the, RHEL is an upstream, right? So how do you think this is packaged? Yeah, it's a flat pack. Not just a flat pack, it's a flat hub pack. That means things. Do you think I can probably reach in to Red Hat and ask them to make this an RPM for me, for my community? Probably not. So it is inevitable that flat hub is going to be turned on by default in Fedora. I wanted to find cheerier images. I didn't mean it to be a villain statement, but it's interesting that this statement is always a villain statement in pop culture. I don't know why, but it is definitely inevitable. Like, this is where the future is going. Like because Bootc is the future that I see, that means Flatpak and specifically FlatHub right now is also the future. But I do have some concerns. I know this is a little controversial. Some things have been made and people have gotten emotional about it. But I have been having discussions inside the Fedora community. I've been trying to do it as a conversation, and I think Michael has been part of that conversation. One of the things, well, like I said, this is the elephant in the room, right? And it's just top of mind for me. This is a technology that we have to take the last mile. And the thing I'm really been focusing on is source availability. Like, the reason why I got involved in Fedora originally is because the Linux distributions were doing it the right way and making sure that, yeah, there were binary packages, but there were also source packages. So users were getting the sources, right? So that you could locally build, and I always thought that was a key aspect and why I got involved back when I originally was an external contributor before I basically flew off to another planet and came back, and now I'm actually employed by Red Hat. I have really strong opinions about this, how important this is for users of FLOSS, right? Especially for any downstream, any user. Like who was the person I was talking to who works for IT at a university, and the fact that you have to do things in that situation where you may have to patch, right? That the vendor that you got it from can't do anything about. And you're able to do that because you have corresponding source for the things you're running. Not just the tip, but the actual thing that you installed, right? And I know the GPL makes this explicit and the other open source licenses don't, but it's always the right thing to do if you're going to distribute, I think. So, hopefully this is the most controversial statement I say. I actually think the Linux container ecosystem has dropped the ball on this, right? I think for a decade they've been relying on, as a shortcut, distribution packaging concepts to basically you build your container, it's either debs inside or RPMs, or if you're really cool, Alpine, right? but ultimately you'll find containers that strip all that stuff out, or at least the database information, so you don't know is in that container, right? And there's no general way to get corresponding source in that ecosystem. And I don't want that happening to Flatpaks, because Flatpaks are just a type of container. They're not Linux containers in the traditional sense, but they are using the same primitives, right? So the good news is, I actually think that FlatHub has very good intent on solving this problem. I've looked at it over the last month. I've been educated, and I want to thank Timothy, because through the interaction when I was questioning like how this works, there's a piece of documentation missing, like it just wasn't written up, and he actually provided that in the last month. There's actually a new page that actually goes over how you can use the sources extension and actually do or attempt to do a rebuild locally. Rebuild's the wrong word. Attempt to build locally. Rebuild implies that it's the same. I'm not even trying to get to that. I'm just trying to get to a local build, right? So, so back to Podman Desktop, I actually did that last night just to check, and Podman Desktop does this correctly. Like, it does the thing, and I'm super happy to see. I didn't actually attempt the build on this, but in the last month, I have been spot checking what FlatHub provides, and the things that provide sources, I was actually getting it to build locally, and it's great. And like I said, I really wish like we'd had this all the time for Linux containers, like as an ecosystem, like, because this is probably, if not the best way, it's a fantastic way to deal with this when you're just dealing with sources, right? Without the, I hate to say legacy, but legacy distribution packaging concepts as the middleman. That's not here. This is just straight sources. The bad news is this isn't consistently done in FlatHub, and I don't know why. Like, it seems like And I don't understand the infrastructure completely. It seems like this should be the thing, right? But I'm spot checking it, and I'm finding that there are pieces of, in the FLOSS, just the FLOSS subset, and I'm not talking about the proprietary stuff. I don't expect the proprietary stuff to have this. That's not what I'm talking about. But just in the FLOSS subset, the runtimes, I can't consistently get this to work for runtimes. I can't get, or the extensions thereof. It's weird to me. But because this is important, I feel like this is an important thing to solve before we flip the switch and turn it on as default. I really want to know why and how we can fix this. Because like, I would love to help fix this because it feels like the right thing. And it's just like, it feels like a 99% solution and it's only implemented in like a 60% way somehow. I'd say I've only spot checked. I don't even know a way to fully account yet, like and do a full accounting in FlatHub, but I know it's a problem. I just don't know. I don't see a pattern yet, and that I didn't expect that. I didn't expect to see that sort of spotty behavior. So, but the good thing is I think this is solvable. It's bad news, but I think it's solvable. It's a matter of like if everyone agrees this is a problem worth solving, I think we can do it. So far everyone I've had this discussion with, and we've gotten past some of the heated concerns. No one's told me that this isn't something worth solving. It's just a matter of I think it's now the right time in the priority list to try to solve this so we can make this a really good FLOSS experience for the subset. So since I'm already talking about Flatpaks anyway, and this is going to be quick. We need to get to lunch. We have, this is something else I thought of. So assuming that all works out and Fedora flips FlatHub on by default, Fedora is going to actually bring up RISC-V soon. Whether that happens before or after Bootc becomes the defaults for everything, that's an interesting problem because this will be the first new architecture we've brought up with Flatpaks as being important out of the gate. And like this is sort of a chicken and egg problem, right? Because like up until this point, the expectation is that Fedora would be able to like bring up a whole arch, and we haven't done this in a while, but bring up a whole arch and we'll be able to provide everything. But if we turn FlatHub on by default, that won't be an assumption that we can provide anymore, right? Because we will not be providing certain applications because we'll be expecting FlatHub and we'll be expecting people to contribute into that. So if we bring up this new arch and out of the gate we have a Fedora desktop that needs Flatpaks, I don't want to have to go back and do something different, right? If we give up on trying to be our own remote because it's duplicative effort and then we bring up RISC-V, we're going to have to duplicate effort again unless we find a way to also bring up FlatHub at the same time. And I don't know how to do that. So, and I don't think anyone's talked about that yet, but that's on I have to look a little bit forward. And I expect, because like there's already a laptop board out for this for this arch. Like Framework has a prototype that I've touched it. We have Fedora running on it at Red Hat Summit. And I know there's build infrastructure, there are now builders like workstation quality hardware that we can put into the infrastructure for Fedora, and that's all we need to say that this is good enough to be a primary arch that we can now have additions for as a release blocker. That's not happening in the next 6 months, but it's going to happen. And so if we do that, we have to make sure that the applications are there for that desktop. And that's a problem. And so I think that's all I wanted to say. I would love to find a way to collaborate on that. So I would love to have comments on that. I don't know if anyone else in this room has thought about that particular point. Like that's something I'm expecting to see. So. The battery on that's going on and off. Like okay. I'll repeat your question.
Okay, yeah. Thank you so much for the talk. These are like problems that we know about and we have been discussing for a while. I would be very interested in like knowing examples where you didn't find the sources for Flatpaks, because they are generated automatically for everything, basically. So yeah, it's like there's a 3% of applications that are proprietary. It might be missing something, but I really need examples for, because it's like either there's a big bug there that we have overlooked, or we like, yeah.
Yeah,
And
I was just looking at the FLOSS subset. So
even then, everything that's built with Flatpak Builder, which is like everything in FlatHub, should have an extension for that. So
no, the free desktop runtime stuff is not.
the runtimes are different because we have different tooling for them, but
Yes.
we also have different ways to get the sources, and like everything is like, it's a bit, you need to look at the different place and use different tooling rather than what we use in FlatHub, but everything is also there.
So my question to you is, like, Timothy had to write up that for me. If you say there's a different source, that needs to be written up in a place.
It's not different source, it's different tooling. We are using like, the applications on FlatHub are built mostly with Flatpak Builder.
I know.
But for runtimes, we, at the moment for for the Gnome and the free desktop SDK runtimes, we use Buildstream. I think KD is also switching to Buildstream right now. And the sources for all of that are also available. But the way you get them is not directly. The sources extension is also available. I think it might not be getting pushed to FlatHub, but it is generated.
Well, all I'm saying is the first thing, if there's a different way, it needs to be documented at FlatHub. And that's the one thing, Timothy, when we started this, I started with just what was documented, and it was the simple happy path manifest, which is it's rarely good enough. You need at least the sources extension. Now, I know about Stream Builder, but as a user, I don't know how to get the source. There's no breadcrumbs. Like, if I've installed a Flatpak, there needs to be something that says, here's how you get the sources for this. And that doesn't exist yet.
I mean, the problem with it's like that sources extension is like mostly Flatpak Builder based, which you cannot use directly to rebuild the runtimes as it's now, because it's the whole different tooling and that. But yeah. And on your second point about RISC-V, we actually had like, we've already bring up availability for like RISC-V runtimes for like 2 or 3 years, thanks like a bunch of efforts from CodeThing. And we have like builds that's working for them. But on the FlatHub side, we don't have the resources nor the runners to be able to provide that to the developers. And additionally, even if we did that, it's up to the developers to what they want to support. If I'm, because as an application developer, if I do not have a machine that I can debug, I will not be supporting that. And even like, no matter how much the distribution wants something, unless the developer can like support it, it's like basically an unreasonable request, and only adds like, yeah, you need to like help the developer and or empower them to be able to do that. Like even if we had the builds and all the infrastructure, it's still the question of the autonomy of the developer and supporting whatever it is.
Oh, for sure. There's a chicken and egg problem here, but I'm just letting everyone know, like, before there are builders, there have to be OSs, and Fedora is going to be out ahead, and like, and I'm going to have applications for that first desktop release, which means, in the end of the day, we may have to still be a remote for applications before the runners and stuff get up into GitHub.
We already have the runners. I mean, we already have both the CI runners and everything. It's just that we don't have dedicated machines that we can like make it available.
That's right. Right. And so I don't know, like I said, I don't know how to necessarily solve that in the right time scale to make sure that that exists. But because this is all FLOSS, right? Like, even if the developers don't want to support the Arch, I know Fedora is going to support the Arch, right? And like, we're back to a more traditional role where the distributions as integrators are doing some of that leading work. And we're going to have to be okay with that for part of RISC-V bring up, maybe.
One last point, and like to give up the mic, but I think it's perfectly fine if like Fedora decides to like make some applications available from Fedora, but like not make it, I don't know, make it like seem like these are the same applications and all that in an unsupported environment. But also like the other thing is like, when you say that Fedora needs to have the applications available for the architecture, we're going back to the same old social dynamic where it was the distributions that got to choose and like play the middleman, which is exactly what we ran away from in the last couple of years. So Yeah, I'm
But
not
we only
sure.
got away with that because we don't have an arch to bring up. We now we're in the situation where Fedora has to take point because arch bring up is a hard thing, and I certainly don't expect the application developer to do that.
I mean, I think for that, the path forward would be like something like akin to what Apple did with Arch and their emulation layer and all that. We would have to like be emulating applications on their supported environment rather than shipping untested applications that we do not know if they work or not. So yeah.
It's tough, but I'm telling you, Fedora is going to have a need to have applications out for that first desktop, and it's going to be ahead. So we're back to the old model, right? And it's just that we only bring up arches like once a decade, right? So, in fact, we don't even know how to do it. Like we actually shut off that process. We have to spin it back up because the last time we did it was ARM, and that was a decade ago. Just yell.
Okay, I'll just project.
Yeah.
To comment on apps needing to support, I think a lot of apps on FlatHub just build on whatever architectures FlatHub supports. Apps generally can have a deny list of architectures that they build on or an allow list. And I think the majority of apps have a deny list, and that deny list is empty, probably.
I hope so.
Or it excludes something like ARM
Because
it doesn't work on ARM.
Right. It's a known problem.
In those, so given that, which I assume to be true, I don't know for a fact that it is true, I would assume that enabling RISC-V on FlatHub infrastructure would give you probably a majority of FlatHub apps that will just compile and run.
Right, and then it's a matter of getting FlatHub the hardware.
Yeah, so then it becomes a matter of giving FlatHub the resources and the hardware to maintain RISC-V infrastructure. And then from there, app developers will,
Right.
the remaining app developers will catch up.
Right, because like even we have RPMs that we have an arch exclusion.
If we can catch up on the infra, really, that's I think priority number one for RISC-V.
I just don't know if you can because it's like a chicken and egg. Like the OSs have to enable it, right?
Well, the infra that FlatHub's running on it's not a desktop, it's a server environment where
Sure.
RISC-V is, as far as I understand, already partially brought up anyway. Like you're already, like you mentioned that there is a Fedora image running on the
Yeah, it's got downstream kernel patches. Like it's a secondary arch, right? Where it's like so it's not a release blocker for us, but absolutely, if there's infrastructure and you can put RISC-V's secondary arch on it and that's good enough to build with, then we're ahead of the curve there. Because you can at least start trying to build these things, right? And like I said, like the box I saw was finally fast enough to not be the slowest box in our build system, which is for us is like the thing that matters.
I'm very interested in the RISC-V, and you guys talked about laptops. We actually have one of our Gnome developers who has a RISC-V laptop.
Mm-hmm.
Would you be willing to help him bring up on his laptop this Fountain thing?
Me personally, no.
No, not you personally, but you as a Fedora, is there some way to kind of help bring it up?
Well, it's more like he has the hardware to help our people finish up because my understanding is like the last things that need to happen from the software side, there are kernel patches for hardware enablement that need to be upstreamed, right? And that's part of the process of bringing up an arch is like the people with hardware have to do that work so that they can then get it in through review and get it into the kernel, and then we can actually start making it a real thing that we as part of our build system.
In regards to availability of RISC-V hardware, I think I can help you. I do have a relationship with the RISC-V Foundation.
Well, I actually help the Gnome infrastructure or the FlatHub infrastructure team because like I don't know how to solve their problem. Like I have to solve my own problem first. but I know we both need the hardware about the same time scale for this to work out for everyone's best interest, right? So if there's a connection that can be made, please make a connection.
Yeah, we have it already.
Yeah.
Javier is my next one. I'll work it out with him. He'll figure it out.
This is just top of mind for me. Good luck.
So the good news is the hardware is there.
Yay!
The bad news is that it's a resource problem.
Yeah.
The infrastructure thing of Flatpak is basically one.
Yeah.
Flat Hat had this very difficult problem last year where the donor of the ARM machine go away. They have to fix the ARM builds, which is much more important than any other builds. In the meantime, as Anaconda said, Kaushik and the Visual Foundation has put some hardware together and is basically ready to use.
Great.
It's more a human resource problem.
That's also something difficult to help with. Well, luckily, this is not like in the next 6 months kind of thing. Like, this is definitely like a year. No. But that sounds great. I just wanted to make sure, because it's top of mind for me. I didn't know what the answers were, so.
The thing is, like, even once we have the infrastructure in FlatHub, we cannot opt the developers into a new architecture without them doing the manual QA and saying, okay, I will be building for that, right? Because even if it's compiled, it's not guaranteed it will run, or it will run without glitches. Because it's like a whole new stack, there can be like many very
Oh, yeah.
things that will go wrong. So we need to both roll out the infrastructure to make it available for developers to test this, and then once they have like re-QA the application and said, okay, yeah, we'll be supporting that, then it will start be rolling out. We cannot do that automatically on behalf of
I understand. Like, but, it's a chicken and egg problem, kind of.
attivi, disattivi quello. So, hi everyone and welcome back to GUADEC, day 1. Now we are at track 2. We are just about to start with our next presentation. Apologies for the short delay. We had some technical issues, now are solved, and we can continue the rest of the day very peacefully. Thank you for coming back. I'll let you with the next presentation, the state of GTK. And, oh wait, oh sorry. Oh wait, sorry. This was my mistake. So, the state of Python in GNOME, progress and future directions. Sorry for the mistake. I'll let the speakers take it away.
So PyGObject is the GTK and related bindings for Python. And so it's Python for GNOME. It is a successor to PyGTK that James Hendricks started in 1998 that uses the GI repository library to allow you to build GNOME apps using Python. If you see patterns in these app icons here, I kind of think of them as deep interests that people who geek out on a bit, including art, modeling, graphics, music. There's genealogy programs, manga, even like gaming and scientific groups. And that's kind of our ecosystem for Python. And GNOME 49's shipping with a brand new video player called Showtime, and it's also written in Python as well. And so, yeah, really excited for September when we have a brand new video player. And this is, once again, an example of the type that's really shines using Python in the GNOME ecosystem.
In 3.50, was it, we introduced the async IO support in Python. Thanks to Benjamin Berg, who did a lot of work to actually make that work. We've been implementing it in Gavor, our application tool, and it just works like a charm. It made the code so much simpler. And from that, we got a few features that were nice to have sort of backported to PyGObject, and one of them is that it is now simpler to actually start the event loop with a with statement in Python, so you can do that in context, which is really helpful, especially if you're running unit tests. This has been this has been in there for now almost a year then. Next, one of the things that are more like a big refactoring is the support for enumerations. It's been in PyGObject since the beginning, but it had its own implementation, and in the next, or in the 3.52 version, the implementation was made a lot simpler by James, actually the original author, so that is really cool. And it resembles a lot more the default Python enum module, and it's actually using that under the hood, which made a lot of things more Pythonic and simple.
So last year we sent those to the docs, and this year we also improved that by making the API docs more official. So they're at api.pygeobject.gnome.org. And we also recently added a method documentation. And I would say now our documentation is on par with the functionality GObject provides overall. It's really great. We have, this documentation used to be a little bit everywhere, and now we have some, nice new modern docs that we can all use.
Yeah, and this documentation only covers the current GNOME platform. So if you want to have a look at the GTK3 documentation, you still have to go to the site that Christian Reiter maintains with lots of modules, just to keep it a bit more focused. One of the things we did for 3.52 was migrate from the GObject introspection library as the foundation for PyGObject to GI repository 2.0, which is an update, a rewrite of the introspection logic, but now part of the glib library. And it made huge improvements to the code base. GI repository has a proper type system. It is no longer one big union type. So that made a lot of code a lot more readable and a lot less error prone. Unfortunately, we were pretty fast with that, and the rest of the ecosystem was sort of behind. So that created some unfortunate fallout, stuff that we did not really foresee. One of the big problems was with libpeace, for example, that is used for plugin system in the GObject ecosystem. Unfortunately, that broke with the latest version of PyGObject. Yeah. But I think it's partly inspired Emmanuel's talk on Friday morning regarding some governance on how to sort of avoid these kinds of things from happening in the future. So what's next? PyGObject itself is quite mature. It works. I mean, you've seen the spread of different applications that are written with Python to use and use PyGObject under the hood. There is still some deprecated bits that we want to get rid of. There is some logic that, as far as we can tell, nobody is using regarding command line options parsing. For example, that we want to get rid of. We want to take advantage of new Python features. One of the more exciting ones is free threading Python. For those of you not familiar with that concept, it used to be that Python has one big log, so everything that is executed in a Python context can only be executed from one thread. The thing is called the GIL, the Global Interpreter Log. In recent versions, they try to basically break it up so that you can run Python code from multiple threads in the interpreter in parallel, or concurrently at least. And So yeah, having support for that would be nice, since, of course, if you use free training Python, every library that is loaded should also be able to support it. And another thing that is upcoming and something we sort of can't avoid is that the Python people made some changes to the async IO library, and we have to accommodate for that as well. Otherwise, our async support will suffer. Another thing that comes up every now and then, also on the Matrix channel, is type support. Of course, Python is a dynamically typed language originally, but you can add type annotations, and type annotations are especially handy if you're using an IDE and try to cobble together some code. So it's an interesting thing to look into and see if we can improve the support. For example, have type checkers make sure that they know how to deal with the types that come from the introspection libraries. So that is something that is sort of how's it on the radar.
So at the version of this talk last year, someone in the question and answer asked about Python examples in the docs. Right now, if you go to our documentation, the examples that are generated from the docs are in C code, and this can make it hard to get started using PyGObject because many users aren't familiar with the syntax and know how to translate that to the equivalent back to Python. Christian Hergert responded during the Q&A that nothing is stopping us from putting Python examples inline in the libraries. So as an example, I contributed I contributed the Python examples to GTK source view. So you can see an example here of what that looks like. Before in our docs, we had GTK text tag tables, and you can see it there. And then what that looks like in Python is more directly creating the buffer and then getting the tag table and then doing the tag table lookup. However, these examples aren't yet being generated by our API docs, and that could be something we could try out soon to try to make that happen. And then if that experiment works, maybe we could expand that to some of the other libraries as well, including GTK itself. Another thing we'd like to work on is right now to build PyGObject, you have to have GTK and friends installed. Usually in Linux, that's not a problem because the dependencies can be installed using your distribution's package manager. But for users on Windows, for example, Aryan and I work on it before, and it's cross-platform. It's especially difficult because you have to use MSys2 or GBS build to install all these GTK dependencies, and that's not a typical development workflow users in Windows are used to. And it really requires them to manually also load a DLL directory using Python, using the OS Python module prior to launching the PyGObject app. So ways we could solve this, Conda solves this by distributing the dependencies as packages and as cross-platform, or we could also build quote unquote like fat wheels, which are Python binaries, including their dynamic dependencies. There's some options to help solve this, and we need to put more work into that. So yeah, maybe we could add a Conda or a wheel binary, and that'd make the development environment much easier for everyone.
Yeah, funny detail is that actually the biggest user group of GA4, a modeling tool, seems to be on Windows actually. So that's a nice detail.
So this is a call to action. We would love contributions of any kind. They really help our community thrive. So you can do things like help submit or triage issues with us, help fix bugs, implement features, help improve the docs. So we kind of gave some examples of things we were thinking for next step, but we'd love to have your energy and your thoughts as well, or even building examples in Workbench, or coming and even chatting with us on Matrix or something like that. So if you have ideas on what we could improve next, we'd love to have your help and help make the community even stronger. So we'd love to have you join us. Thank you so much for everyone has contributed to PyGObject in the last year. Here's some key links. Once again, come chat with us on Matrix, and also our slides are presented if anyone would like to reference those.
PyGObject is very much alive. At least that's the message we want to convey.
Yep, that's right. And we'd be happy to take some questions now.
Don't see any appear on the YouTube or on the Matrix. So. And is that an applause or what? Feedback. Yes. I found it actually a delight to use it, for example, for things like opening dialogues in GTK. I've mostly used it actually in the GTK context, and not so much for web applications. It takes some getting used to, and at some point, indeed, if you have an async function somewhere deep down, it sort of boils up all the way, which is something you have to take into account. But I found it, especially compared to the callbacks method that we've been using so far, it is great for readability.
Okay, and can you introduce it progressively to a code base, or is there like you need to have a flag day?
To a GTK code base, yes. We already had a construct where we sort of offloaded functions in to the idle handler in the main loop, and we could basically just replace them one by one with async calls. And at some point, I mean, if you have this async call and you call it, you get a coroutine, and that coroutine you have to hand over as a task to the main loop.
Okay, yeah, makes sense.
I would say conceptually is not that much different from adding an idle handler to glib, to the glib main loop.
Okay, I'm excited to use it then. Thank you.
Does that answer your question?
Yes.
In the room, I don't see other people. Okay, there we go. We have one, and online we don't have questions. So yeah. Go ahead.
I really enjoyed that presentation. I'm curious if PyGObject has added any enter and exit magic methods to any of the like GIO objects or other platform objects, because for using with context managers, because we are getting that functionality in JavaScript this year. And
if there's any more questions in the room, we cannot hear anything.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. All right. can you hear me this time?
Yes.
All right.
Yeah, we can.
Yeah, I really enjoyed the presentation. Thanks. I was curious if PyGObject is, like, do you add any enter and exit magic methods to any of the GNOME platform objects so that you can use them with, like, with statements and context managers? Because in JavaScript, we're going to get that functionality this year, and I'm curious if people are already using it in PyGObject, and, like, should we add that capability to any of the platform objects?
That's a bit of a complex question. So I don't have an answer for that. I mean, we have some specific wrapper code for some functionality. But if it has to do with enter and exit, it's like async stuff, I suppose.
I guess one example where we had a context manager was the update that Benjamin made to the ASIC.io support, right? But I think one fun thing about GUADEC is we always learn about what the other language bindings are doing, so it'd be interesting to know how they're using enter and exit and context managers, and if there's something we could improve for PyGObject.
Yeah, we're not doing anything yet in JavaScript, so I was hoping to learn from you all. But yeah, let's chat about it online.
The most difficult part that Benjamin did was to make sure that it integrates with the async IO module in Python. That was basically, well, the most complex bit in all of it. So it was not so much the integration with the object, since you know if it is an async function because it provides you the corresponding finish function along with it. Then you know that this is something that works asynchronously. But yeah, to hook it up with the actual ecosystem, that's the difficult bit.
Yeah. All right, thanks.
So we don't have any other questions at the moment, so thank you very much to both of you for the presentation. If anything comes up in the chats, I invite you to take a look and see if people need some extra information. Thank you again. Thank you very much. So
And thank you for attending.
Thank you. This was our last talk for track 2. So yay, we made it. The first day was a bit full of hiccups, but yeah, we reached to the end, and I'm really happy that somehow we made it. Thank you so much to the AV team, because they have struggled a lot today. And yeah, I'll see you all at track 1, because we have one more presentation, and then we have a panel from the board. So yeah, thank you. Bye, Aryan.